Nothing appears to be broken, so we are now live and recording. So, who are we? Who are you? Let's break off the rust. So last time we played, we did the 1 year downtime. I won't touch on all of that, but we just explored what your characters did. Oh, actually, 1 second. I definitely do not have copyright-friendly music playing. So, 1 moment. Yeah, so we explored in a year downtime what your characters got into, various things. Rommel built a keep, being the main thing. Orkvo tried to create some political change in Sintelfell Bar, his home. Tingles ended up becoming moving through the political ranks and mercantile power of his adopted country, Cormyr. Cadmiel essentially became the king of Cormyr, and the climatic moment being at the end of the session when we were at the coronation. And from that, some monsters and enemies appeared in the voice of a Sarak, the Arch-Lich, the Demi-Lich from Tomb of Annihilation. So you all defeated but did not kill or destroy. And apparently he was back for a little bit of revenge. And he has started what I'm calling a game with you all, where he has captured people close to you and has put them in a location famously called the Tomb of Horrors. And you all are pretty much tasked currently with trying to locate where the Tomb of Horrors is. As a reminder, Lady Rallyhorn, Tingle's wife, was taken. Romul's father, technically, the relationship's not very fatherly, Baron Thamasa, was taken. And the former king, Gadway, was taken. You also have received a message from Eamon that he was attacked, but he survived. And one other person that reached out was Tatiana, who, above table, a lot of us, I think, have caught on that she's alive through Justin's roleplay and our secretiveness. But funny enough, that I don't know if their characters know she's alive outside of Romuel. At least Orkvo, who knows who she is.
I think I told Orkvo.
Yeah. I think and I'm fine with that being what is the case of Orkvo knowing that Tatiana's alive and somewhere. But she reached out, being also attacked by a Sarak's forces, but surviving that and wanting to talk to Romuel about what's going on and why, and starting to do some feelers for what your next step will be. You had all tentatively decided to go to Candlekeep from Cormyr to more research again on a Sarak in Romuel's case, and the location of the Tomb of Horrors. But we will open up if there's anything we would like to touch on in Cormyr again. If anything, let me just pull up that battle map, because that's kind of where we were as a refresher. Because I know Tingles had done his farewell, or his remorseful song that Lady Rallyhorn was taken, and y'all had spoken with. I played myself, and that I have 2 wizards, NPCs in 2 different games, whose names start with Black. I think it's Blackstaff is the one in Cormyr.
Blackbone.
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 Blackbone. I think Blackstaff is the one I introduced on Tuesday. He was an improv one, and I don't think I realized what I did until after the fact. He is also a wizard. I think, anyways, not that important. But you have been speaking with Blackbone, who tipped you off. I believe his Arcana check is the one who picked up on the little pseudo riddle that a Sarak had left about horrors that awaited, and that being the Tomb of Horrors. And again, you discussed options. So we're kind of in this moment surrounded by other NPCs that are still, important to you all in their own way. Cadmil, you have been now married to Queen Realm Thamasa, Romul's sister. Princess Bryson is still there after the chaos. So maybe I'll just step into the shoes of maybe like Realm to get things kind of going here. And she kind of approaches over to you, looking very distraught. Cat, what's going on? Who was that voice, and where is our father?
I am not certain. Romeo, Orkfu, have you any idea?
A friggin' necromancer. Should have killed him when we had the chance.
Kyler speaks up. Young Holm, speak of a Sararak, the Lich. If I understand correctly, you fought him but didn't defeat him. But even then, do you all have any inkling where his phylactery is? The Lich is not easy to be killed.
That those jar things?
Could be jars. It can be all sorts of different objects. Usually something of sentimental value, or a mundane object if they're clever enough for the Lich.
They seem clever.
There were hundreds of them in Omu. We destroyed them all.
I would take it if you didn't. Maybe. If you destroyed his phylactery, I think you would have known sooner than later. But perhaps one of those was his phylactery if you destroyed it.
It couldn't have been. I don't think he would have fled. His phylactery was still there.
Speaking of a Lich of Legend, I imagine him keeping his phylactery at the end of one of these dungeons as toys that he likes to make. Maybe it wouldn't be exactly too on the nose for him. So you've drawn the attention of an arch-lich of legend who has a taste of revenge. Let's say you all go through your task, you rescue our dear friends and family. You destroy him. But if you don't destroy the phylactery, he'll be back, won't he? Maybe not back for you all, for us humans, but our children, depending on how spiteful he is. He can wait 100 years, thousands of years.
We destroyed something of his that he had apparently been working on for quite a long time.
I can see perhaps where he has been grown angry with you if you destroyed one of his pet projects. Was that what this death curse was all about?
So he was using it to fuel something. Atropol, he called it.
Trouble. Let me roll an Arcana check for him. That's a good one. Attribute is soul magic. Liches, they survive on souls, but also can grow in power off of souls. And he was managed to create an attribute of such great power. Correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly or rightly. And he was put a curse on all of Toriel itself. You may have disrupted his ascension into some greater power. Curious. Well, I'm just kind of trying to track the conversation. And what are we going to do about this? Where is this Tomb of Horrors? Shall we send an army?
I'm not certain an army would be a good idea. Something that powerful, I think our armies will have their hands full defending the cities.
I have contacts at Candlekeep that might give us some answers. One of them I've spoken with. And the other one, I'm not sure if he's still there.
I like the way you think, Robbie. Libraries, especially Candlekeep, holds very many secrets and information. I think that's a respectfully good start. Is this a task that Romeo is going to take on his own, or should we expect the king and the Marquis to be absent for Cormier for a while, for a spell? I'm just going to speak on behalf of JP because I feel like I've got a good feel for Tingles at this point. I myself must rescue my wife, my lady, and I will do whatever needs to be done to rescue our former king as a protector of this realm and our people.
I must go. Not only would my presence at Candlekeep signal somewhat of this situation's dire nature, but it would not do for this kingdom, the day of my coronation, for the old king to be kidnapped and left to die. Who would trust a king that would not fight to save his own father?
I'm gonna go because it sounds fun to finish that guy off once and for all. Liches get stitches.
That's good. Would work for.
Yeah. Let's just get stitches.
We just heard Fox.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was gonna live rent free. Hearing Fox go, "Liches get stitches."
That was Gary.
Wait, was that an echo or was that Fox?
That was Fox.
Okay. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, that took me out. That makes me so happy. Well,
He's listening. I've got a headset on and he's over listening.
Realm speaks up. A short-lived coronation, but you are the king. Cad. You do what you must be done, and we will hold down Cormia in the meantime. Bryson, I'm sure you'll be able to assist. Very much so. We'll keep an eyes open, and appears we might need to follow some old advice of Lord Tingles, and perhaps we should protect ourselves for any future further attacks by this Acerak. Realm nods at that. And you, Your Highness, how quickly will you like to depart?
Sooner the better. As soon as we have all the equipment we will need for any reasonably expected travel, I believe it's time to go. The less time Serac has to hide, the better.
Do you have any passing guidance, orders, declarations before, as you leave? Or shall we just continue to govern through the wisdom of the Queen?
In Realm's hands, it's quite possibly better of the two.
He
We will
smiles at
keep
that. Very well. Your Highness, Cormir is at your disposal. And Blackbone, Kyler starts to kind of move on and start making preparations. You can see what's immediately going to happen as we need to secure the royal family, kind of like before with the Blood of the Dragon arc of like protecting the Queen and Princess Bryce and any other familial connections to from any future attacks, and getting Cormir and Lethal a little more better protection and preparation. Anything you all would like to do in Cormir, or should we step forward with Romuald pretty easily being able to teleport you all to Candlekeep whenever you're ready? If I remember correctly.
It's the honor to meet me the next day.
Mm-hmm.
But I would love to arrive a day before her. Find out if Orvex is still there.
Oh my gosh, I forgot Orvex is there. I'm totally fine with that. But it's funny, like I was like, oh yeah, there's Strago, there's Darkseas. I forgot Orvex was dropped off.
He was the other contact I was thinking of.
Oh, that's funny.
Touch.
I was curious who I thought you maybe were talking about Darkseas or something like that. That's funny. I'm sorry, I've been doing Blackbone's voice. Gosh, I don't remember. What was Orvex's voice? Was he a little bit more like that also? A little scratchy, but maybe a little more upbeat like this? I think was Orvex's voice. It's been a long time.
I just remember the eye patch.
Yes. Yes. I forgot about Orvex.
Yeah, we gave him a lot of stuff. He had rings.
Yeah, he got his cut for sure. He was very happy. I forgot he was like, yeah, we agreed on 30%, didn't we? Just trying to squeeze you guys for extra. All right.
He did survive
He
the
did.
whole thing.
And to be fair too, like I gave him stats too, so it wasn't like he was like an unkillable like
Man.
Gary or something. See, Riley, you should just be Orvex, and your character will never die.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Okay. You ready to teleport? I'm not trying to force it or anything. Just you are in Cormyr. You have a kingdom's resources cod mail that you potentially could pull on if you think of anything clever or lateral.
I will think about it, but at the moment, I mean, there's really
You
not
guys got
much.
any good potions here? I like potions.
Potions. Yeah. Anything you have at the top of your head, Orcfo? Mr. I've been inspired by Baldur's Gate.
No, not really.
Yeah, because as Cadmel's a king, he would have at least resources, some stuff. Obviously, the more powerful, the more rare it is. But
I just like consumables as Orcfo. Let's see.
Can we get some consumable?
I have a potion of healing.
See, I'm gonna drop that same list for you guys. I know that can be kind of easier sometimes to find consumables.
I've got the same prices, Doc.
That's weird. Is that not working for some reason? Huh. When I click on that, when I just linked it, it's like erroring out. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
I mean, I would take a necklace of fireballs. That'd be kind of cool.
I mean, you guys probably still have money to spend too. It'd probably be like a discount with a Kingdom of Cormyr on hand. I mean, being pretty honest about that. I'd probably like roll to see how many is on there. But if you want a necklace of fireballs, it's not out of the question. You guys are at that level where a lot of things are obtainable now. What's another fireball usage?
I'm down to 1,113 gold.
And then you go look into your kingdom's coffers. I mean, to be fair, you did just go through a very brutal war and rebuilding process for the last year, but
it would not do as a king or king to be to steal money from my own country's kingdom's coffers, as we are rebuilding from such a heinous war. Never mind that a lot of that money is going to rebuilding the Temple of the Purple Dragon, but you know.
I've got plenty of money, so yeah, I'm gonna try to get.
To be fair, you can get
fireballs.
Yeah, I think it says it can come up to 4 beads. So if you want,
I see 6 for 7680.
Oh, I guess it just keeps going up. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what's in the inventory.
Oh, yes, that must be the rare version. It's the 6 beads.
Oh yeah, I spent.
I have a lot of money. If anybody needs any, I have like 7,000 gold.
Some of this too is right, like things you guys would think of like buying for yourselves or as professional adventurers during your year of downtime. So
yeah, like I got the +3 shield.
Right. Yeah, so if you want that 6 beads of fireball, you're more than welcome to grab.
Well, so I'll roll for it because in the one in D&D Beyond says 1d6 plus 3 beads. I'll roll a d6 and see what comes out of it.
Okay, that's your choice. I like rolling
Yep.
for funsies, but
Oh, it's a 1. That's okay.
Oh.
So I got 4 beads. I'm good with that.
Fair enough. Good thing I have a lot of anti-fire stuff coming up. Oh, it's another fire dragon. It's all fire dragons from here on out.
I don't see a way to customize the charges,
thing
though, so I'll just go ahead and 1, 2.
Good thing I picked up that feat.
Go ahead.
Which feat is that, Justin?
Elemental adapt fire
Oh yeah, you can change your element, right?
damage.
That's dope.
No, it just ignores the resistance, and then
well, to be fair,
it ignores resistance to fire.
They're invulnerable.
Immune.
Yeah, you know, it's just, yeah, they're immune to it. You know,
I see.
Everything. Good. The Tomb of Horrors in the fire plane. Spoiler alert.
Sense.
One thing I'll go ahead and mention above table for you guys. So the next phase right now is you all figure out how to get to the Tomb of Horrors. I don't have one solution for you. There's actually a lot. There's a handful of different routes that I can foresee you all taking to get there. So I just want you guys to be aware of that and don't feel like if you wanted to explore your options instead of jumping on the first thing that's presented to you, just know that I've tried to build in at least a couple different paths for you all to take. Not saying you'll come across all of them, but I don't want you guys to feel like it's just one choice and done. Depending on roles and exploration and questions, there might be multiple options.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think Candlekeep is a good first stop,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then afterwards, I mean, we'll look at the maps Candlekeep has and find basically the most inhospitable area on the planet. That seems pretty much exactly what he would do.
Right. This is just a random question, Jeff. Everything good for you on your computer? And I see your 9 roll 20.
Oh, yeah.
Been a while. Not that there's any dire need for it, but yeah.
Yeah, so I have voice. I keep it on my iPad so I can pace because I like to pace.
Yeah.
And I just haven't pulled it up on here yet.
No worries. It's fun when I play. I do that. I use Discord on my phone with shitty microphone just so I can get up and move.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyone still shopping? I'm totally fine if you are. I'm just doing a check-in.
I'm looking over the thing, but we can continue. We can retcon if I feel strongly about something.
Fair enough. Anything else, or shall we teleport to Candlekeep?
I think I'm good for now.
And we don't have to RP it out or anything like that, Riley, but there would be a tender moment from Realm, saying goodbye, right? Because you guys have grown close and whatnot. So she definitely gives you a little tender goodbye as you set off into the unknown, chasing down a demi-lich. You cool with that there, Romuald, Justin? You are muted, Justin, if you've been talking, actually. You guys turn and see that Romuald has been petrified, turned to stone randomly. You hear another evil laugh from the Serac. Enjoy, friends.
Sorry, I'm getting some Advil. I have a splitting headache right now.
Oof. Sorry to hear that. Good news for you, we're going to a place tied heavily to your backstory. Yay.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Were you waiting on me?
Pretty much just seeing if you're shopping and if you're ready to teleport the crew to Candlekeep.
Yep. We can go right now.
All right. So goodbyes are said, tender moments are had. Tingles does a grand speech, really fluffing it up your, not necessarily in a bad way, because you guys are about to go into extreme danger against a Demi-Lich and whatever game he's playing. But, Tingles does this very elaborate oration, is that a right word? Of speaking in front of the gathered lords and generals and such. And Romuald teleports you all to Candlekeep.
Bye.
Bye.
And as the magic fades and the teleportation ends, you find yourselves in a grand hall. I think for the first time for all of you, except for Romuald. No, I can't. No, technically you would have teleported them from Chult at some point, right? So maybe this isn't the first time. It's not that important.
Yep.
So you've been back here once or twice before. And the teleportation's within Candlekeep itself, deep behind there's like the inner ward that's a little bit more protective. So there are avowed there who like spring to their feet, and these little scrawny, scholarly, wizardly looking types. But they see Romuald and just stand down, recognizing Orkfo and perhaps a procession from King Cadmail from the past when you did your big walk-through procession of the Sword Coast for your marriage. And you're now in Candlekeep, Romuald. What would you like to do?
Well, I need to use the library.
You're now in a vound, so there's no having to request books or anything of that sort. So it's up to you, or it's you have full. Obviously, you can narratively, we can say you request it, you go looking for yourself, looking for those subjects. But I think you would have a decent start, right? Because you did so much research on a Serac before. So
right. I'll just
kind of
pick
jump
up
right into
where.
that.
Yeah, I'll pick up where I left off. I do want to find Orvex if he's still here.
Do you want to do that before you start your research?
Yeah.
All right, you eventually track down Orvex. Do I have a map of Candlekeep in this campaign? It's not that
Gary,
far.
Tingles, come on, you're with me. We're going to the bar.
Which
Funny
I'll
enough,
look at.
That's where Orvex is. I was trying to find the name of it, but no, 100%. Romuald, you go looking and searching for him, and I feel like Orkfo, Tingles, and Gary end up finding him first. I just been
Hey, Orvex.
I think it's the House of Rest is what it's called.
What? Whoever's microphone did that.
Glitchy. I'm gonna go with House of Rest. Sorry, I'm trying to get my own consistency and trying to quiz myself because I've, Candlekeep is also appearing in other campaigns and stuff now. Yeah, but the House of Rest, you go in, you see Orvex having a conversation, and I don't know if this came up previously with you all in your last little touchdowns in Candlekeep, but he's speaking to a very interesting figure in the House of Rest, and that is an ogre, this massive hulking figure who's like, it seems like he might have a custom chair built for himself around a table, and Orvex is sitting around and having like a conversation with him. And he's like, Orvex sees you walk in, Orkfo, and he hears this kind of, you see you say that, he kind of turns like, well, look at who we have here, Orkfo. And he kind of gets up and he comes like running over to give you a hug, if you allow it. He's just gonna like, or like clasp your hand.
Yeah, I'll bring him in. Bring it in. Bring it in.
Oh no, that hurts a little bit. That hurts a little bit. He still has the eye patch, right? With the bifocal still over that. You know what? Maybe he's upgraded to a monocle, and so like he had bifocals before, but now he's got like an eye patch and then an actual monocle for his good eye. He looks well, right? He does have the robes of an avowed, like he's a member of Candlekeep and not just an outsider anymore. Well, now, Orkfo, is everything okay? Because I don't think you coming to Candlekeep can only spell trouble. I'm going to be honest with you. Come, sit down.
Yeah, well, I was gonna exchange pleasantries, but you didn't hear anything weird past couple days, did you? You know, in your head, or see anything scary?
Me? No, not particularly me, no. No, not at all. No. Why?
Yeah, you know that that lich guy, the mean one that we almost killed, but then we didn't.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that guy.
Yes.
Yeah, he made it known that he's not very happy that we did what we did. Told us to come to like Little Shop of Horrors or something.
You watch as Orvex's face just kind of turns pale. Oh, did he mention me by name at all in your whatever this interaction was like them?
Honestly, I'm not sure, because a bunch of people just died, and they stole a bunch of people, and I wasn't really listening.
Okay. All right.
And it's been a month ago, and I'm not sure.
Let's assume he wants me. I'm never leaving Candlekeep for the rest of my life. Oh, Lord. That's probably... if he wanted me, I might be being protected by all the wolves in Candlekeep. Isn't that lovely? At this point, Justin, if you want Romuald to like enter in, having like tracked down Orvex, you can walk in on this scene also whenever you want. Well,
I looked all over the place, but I couldn't find...
hey, look, Romuald, over here. Hello. The whole gang's back together.
Orvex, you're the man I'm looking for.
Sounds... Orkfo was mentioning that you might not be the only one, perhaps looking for me. Maybe an old friend of ours, a lich.
Are those avowed robes?
Yes. I was here for this research, but I've pretty much made a home, and they liked some of my writings and some of my my chronicles of our journey through Chult and my insights on that. They've allowed me to add some of my own Chultian history to it all. And so, thought it was natural. I'd get more access to the books and the private collections, and it's been very insightful and delightful. I've been writing on this book about some of the old ancient cultures of Chult. Remember the Amu, and all that, but there's also the lost city of Myro, and I've found this interesting book about it, and I've been writing the treaty.
Hold on a second. You did it in a year?
Oh, yes.
I see. Romuald just looks down.
They say that to be fair, I do have such an expansive, unique, specialized knowledge on Chultian history, which is kind of rare for these parts on the Sword Coast. Chultian being more of a foreign area. I'm just deep. How many people have you met that can speak ancient moon like myself? So, I will say I had some pretty strong leverage to get my way in here. Plus, I had the good name of some friends of mine to kind of grease the wheels. I might have tossed your name around a bit, Ramil. And to be honest, being able to include myself in our story of just feeding he who should not be named in this moment because he's kind of scared, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling because I'm a little anxious about the fact of it. Me being a part of the badgers and the destruction, and he keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, don't worry, Ramil. He was riding on our laurels.
Yeah, just as you wrote on my knowledge of a moon. It goes both ways, warfare.
It's true. It's true.
Also, I did a good monetary donation. So, Serac is back. What you're going to do about it? Do you need to go back to church? It's been a while, but I could have, dust off the old boots and traveling gear. It's been a while since I've done a field study and field work. And,
Well, you're the only other person who has seen the entirety of the Tomb of the Nine Gods.
He suddenly gets, very awkward, and his eyes kind of shifting. No, Romeo. I'm not the only person in Candlekeep who knows George and Serac very well. There's another resident expert in Candlekeep at the moment. It was quite a surprise seeing them. Hey, JP. Can you hear us, JP? We cannot hear you. JP, are you there? We cannot hear you if you're talking. But you're logged in. It's been so long since we used Discord. I know I had to change some things back myself. Alright, we'll let JP do whatever he's doing and step back into that moment. Orkvo, Ramil, come close.
Yeah.
She's here.
Oh. She got here early. I was hoping to get here before she would.
I thought she was dead! Sorry, that was my outburst.
There are... As for somebody of her power, there are ways to extend your life.
She looked at me.
In a way...
Continue.
In a way that you might be familiar with. In a way that we're currently dealing with.
I'll roll an insight check for him. I think you made that pretty clear. I'll give him advantage on the roll because he rolled a natural 8. He's smart, but I don't know if he's the most wise. He actually is not picking up his... Don't follow. Well, just so you know, she's been here a lot in the last year or so. Well, I've seen you.
Has she?
Yes. She's a member of the Candlekeep, apparently, which I was not aware of when I dropped myself off here and made a home. But...
Excuse me, Orvex, have you met anybody named Darcy's here?
Oh, yes, Darcy's. Yes. Nice fellow. A tiefling. Charming. He helped
I'm surprised you wouldn't tell me. And Tatiana's returned. I think I told him she was dead,
Mhm.
but I also think he was lying. Well, she's a lich, Orvex.
Hey, like, let's just say he was like taking a sip of beer and he kind of spits it out. That explains.
I asked
a lot.
her here. I think, given her experience, she might have some special insight for us.
She might. She might. She might. A lich. A lich. A lich. Do the great readers know that she's a lich? Do you know? Perhaps keeping it down low. I just assumed that there was some sort of agreement, and she left me alone. So she did give me one of those looks, you know, like the look she gave Quaylen before she turned him into ashes. And she doesn't bother me, though. For about 2
Well,
months.
I don't know if anyone else knows,
Just
but I'm not going to be the one to tell anyone.
me neither.
She'll likely find out.
JP, I see you've logged back in.
And then you would have...
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
To do a quick catch up to speed, we are jumping right in the middle of it. We had just a brief little RP moment at the site of the aftermath of the fight in Cormier on that balcony, right? And then, pretty much, what are we going to do? And just confirming, going to Candlekeep. Goodbyes were said. I did say that Tingles gave like a big speech about the journey and protecting the king and getting his wife to try and, fluff it up even more, even though I know he's taking it very serious on the way out to all the lords and ladies of Cormier. And you guys have made it to Candlekeep. And funny enough, Justin reminded me, I totally had forgotten about Orvex, since he was an expert on Chult and also knew some information on Serac. Justin was like, well, Romul's going to look for Orvex. I'm like, oh yeah, Orvex is at Candlekeep. So Orkfo and Romul, Gary and you, though Tingles would have met Orvex. You guys are like literally around like the inn, they call the House of Rest in Candlekeep, talking with him. He's now aware that Serac has made an attack on people. He thinks maybe if he is on the hit list, is maybe being protected by the wards of Candlekeep, which are very powerful wards. And but he also has dropped the information that Tatiana, who Tingles is not aware of, but above table we all are, has been over the last year in and out of Candlekeep as a member, and that she's currently there. And he's just kind of talking to Romul about like, she's alive. What the fuck is up with that? And he has just told him, or Romul's just told Orvex that she's likely a lich, just like a Serac, and that's why she's not dead. And so he's like processing that information. But that's kind of in the scene that we're at the moment.
Ew, you love a lich.
Tingles, my good friends. Maybe we should touch on the moment that you haven't said a single word since you've come in here. How are you?
Well, kind sir, I am just processing everything, and one cannot wait to retrieve what has been taken from me and what has been taken from all of us, and to bring not just justice but vengeance on the events of what has happened.
Are you okay, Tingles?
I am not. I'm like still sort of not really sure where we're at.
You're in Candlekeep, the Great Library. The last time you were in Candlekeep was before Tomb of Annihilation, when Quaylen was dying, and
Right.
Romuald came here to do research about it all, and he rolled. And
Okay.
it will live rent free in my life. They
But-
rolled a 30 on a check to find out about the death curse and stuff.
I thought it was higher.
Funny enough,
Yeah,
it was like 32. Funny enough, though, JP wasn't there for that session.
Oh, really? Goodness.
So
I love your
he's
memory,
never
Jason.
been to Candlekeep.
Ah, you've never been to Candlekeep, so I apologize. So, yeah, so you're not familiar with any of
Well,
those contexts.
So, whatever.
He was in
thing
Yawning
you say
Portal,
right now.
but
Oh yeah, I forgot we did that one shot with the crazy the tower that was a rocket. Like,
So they
you guys
stole the
did like a
books.
Trojan horse like bit or something in it. That's so funny.
it was the hunt for the guy who's dog-earing the books.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, so you've technically been here in different capacities, but yeah, this is old
Okay.
Orvex, the archaeologist that tagged along with you all through almost all of the tomb itself and the lost city of Chult, the expert on the old history. As they reminded me, he has like an eye patch and stuff like that, but he was an expert on the Moon culture.
So, I mean, what, I just, okay, right, I understand where we're at, but I'm not really sure what, I guess Tingles would just say, like, I'm just listening and trying to understand how I can help in any way, and that's really it.
So, as a refresher for you, where you guys are essentially there was the clue left by Serac is the Tomb of Horrors, this legendary dungeon. So the goal is to locate the Tomb of Horrors and where it is. So you guys have come to Candlekeep as an option to do research. Romuald smartly has remembered Orvex was not an expert on a Serac himself, but if he knows about the Tomb of Annihilation, maybe he, and that tomb and a Serac, maybe he knows something about the Tomb of Horrors. So, but before we've gone to that, it's just been, let's catch up. And how have you been? What's going on? What have you been up to?
Oh. Yeah. So, I think Orvex then would just be a little bit more surprised at this total change in appearance of the persona.
Oh yeah, that's why he was like, "Are you okay?" Because of like I've been poking at Tingle's grandiose speeching now, or his speech patterns changed so much. Because I think Orvex would be like, last time or the first time I met you, Tingles, you came in singing a very bawdy song, and now you seem to be a man of class. Interesting. And is that a ring I see on your finger?
Yes, well, the ring is partly why we're here today. And, one gets sometimes tired of mucking around in the mud, if you know what I mean, and finds a way.
Lovely, lovely. It seems you've done very well for yourself. And my apologies. We've not been speaking very frankly in front of your friend here. Hello, I'm Orvex. And he's looking at you, Cadmail.
King Cadmail Emmett, Cormier. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. King, shall I bow? Do you need a nod? Do I kiss your hand? Is there a protocol I should be looking after?
Whatever you feel is most appropriate. Current situation does not exactly call for much in the way of pleasantries.
Okay. Here, how about a fist bump?
Cadmail is confused, but will go along with it.
Yes. I don't know if you know this, Your Highness, but I am. And sorry, Nate, I wish you guys could see me RPing him out because I'm doing a lot of body language for him. I literally took my glasses and I'm imagining his monocle. And he kind of his monocle. He's like, I am a member of the Inglorious Badgers. Are you the newest member? Are you the newest addition?
I believe so. The rest of the Badgers picked me up quite far north, close to Citadel Felbar. about a year ago, and that that day was, I guess, our first dragon kill.
Dragon kills? Truly.
Second for us. I look over at Orkvo.
Yep. First big one, though.
Well, it seemed, I'm over here thinking good for myself for becoming a devout member of Candlekeep, and look at you all. You're friends with kings. You're killing dragons. I'm sure there's a lot of stories to talk about, but we don't have to diddle-daddle on that because I do know we perhaps need to get back to the subject at hand. And that is our old dear friend, Lasarak. It's back.
Yeah, we need to find him and kill him.
Again?
I mean, yeah.
Right, so you need an expert on shots again. We're getting the gang back together. Is this it?
Not sure he's in Chult. He's at some place called the Something of Horrors.
Tomb of Horrors.
Little shop.
The little shop of horrors. Alright. Never heard of it. Interesting. Tomb of Horrors. So he's relocated.
And who knows where his Flactor really is.
I guess I should pick up where I left off the last time. Might as well get started now. I don't think any of you other than Orcs are allowed in the library, so you can stay here and I'll go ahead and get started.
I think we could probably talk him into letting Cadmel in with you. I could be real, persuasive.
I trust that Ramiel knows this library very well. He should be quite capable of finding what it is that he is looking for.
All right, next round's on me.
I spent a long time being a book jockey, running back and forth with the books for researchers who came here. Spend more time doing that than I have as an about. Actually, took me around a decade. Only took you a year. That's okay.
They really liked my research a lot. Would you like help? I haven't done a good scavenger hunt in the stacks in quite a while. Would be happy to lend a hand.
Sure. I'm not bitter or anything. He just keeps going back.
I'm really sorry. There were some people were saying nasty things about you and some lost research from years ago, and that besmirched your name. But I mean, to be fair, I'm doing literally. I'm creating a guide to a forgotten language, a lost language of the moons. I'm not saying that my knowledge is more valuable than your sorceries, but what's another fireball compared to a dead language? We're still friends. You don't have to answer that. You don't.
Of course.
To the stacks, to the books, right, Stromil? One moment. For my own pleasure, I'm pulling up the map of the Forgotten Realms again. Showcase where you are. Candlekeep on the coast. All right. So, we're kind of getting back to the research side and some rolls for, and in this case, you'll have advantage on your rolls because of the assistance of Orvex to do research on the Tomb of Horrors and the Serac. Normally, this would be extremely high DC, like before, right? Like I was thinking DC 30, but you've already done a successful DC 30 check on researching the past of a Serac. And I think if you remember last session, I actually gave you just a free roll to see if this is something you already knew about the Tomb of Horrors. But so the DC is not high for this, kind of getting started on it. It'll be a DC 20. But there will be some scale. There's like 2 successes on this. DC 20 is their basic success, and there will still be a DC 30 for a higher success. But this will be an investigation check.
Can I get Bardic Inspiration on?
I mean, I guess.
This is just for my own
You've been
fun.
inspired, bitch.
Yeah, do you want to flavor how you inspire him to go do research? No pressure. Just give me the opportunity if you want to flavor it.
So,
I just have this montage of like Eye of the Tiger while he's just reading books.
Tingles is going behind. Just like,
there is no tomorrow. No, so right. So the way I imagine this is Romuald says, "Can I get some inspiration?" And I just look over at. I'm like standing across the room. And remember, I have this like essentially like a fur, like cloak, right, and this very wealthy-looking garb and all that. And so I just, with like my hand kind of out to this, like held up at kind of out to the side, you know, I just like walk over to him, and I get like, think Close Talker on Seinfeld. I get right into his face, and I look him in the eyes, and I
Do a halfling go.
Yeah, so I'm looking up to you. Or maybe I have heels on. I don't know.
you're like on the table looking him in the
Probably
eye.
have like platform shoes or something. Yeah. Even better. Like I'm just walking over to him,
Yes.
and I put my hand on his shoulder, and I just say, "You've been inspired, bitch." And then I spin with the cloak kind of flailing and smacking you, and then I walk away.
And you feel that little spark inside of you that he believes in you. Tingles, with his high standards, believes in you. He knows you can do that little extra if you need it. All right. You head into Candlekeep and you start doing your research. Go ahead and roll an investigation check at advantage. All right. Do you want to add to that 22 with the Bardic? To be fair, I'll just be above table with you. Like, I don't... There's another roll to be made, so if you're going to use it, this might just be the time to use it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and
I think
use it then.
it's a pretty well down single roll here. Hey!
Oh, well, 32 again.
All right. So this will take time, right? This is, again, kind of like a montage of like a day or two's work. But again, you had a great starting place. And if you remember, Darkseid is the one who like kind of gave you that information.
Yeah, he actually, I remember he said Tatiana was researching before she left, and he gave me all the book lists that she had used.
Mm-hmm. I want you to roll a d20 for me. Just a straight roll. This is a does something happen roll. Okay. One moment. Sorry about that. My wife, very excitingly, we love fall and the cold weather, and we've been gone for the last 2 weeks. So we're still like adjusting the fact that it's cold in Florida, and we're just like we have this little decorative fireplace. So she was like, "I just realized we can use the fireplace," which is we love it. It's like the coziest thing for us. So she had to share that with me. Okay, okay. What you rolled for does not happen, so it's very straightforward. You're able to track down, some of the older books and some other interesting booklets here, because as you start going into it, you find that your research is leading you into an interesting path where the supposed location of the Tomb of Horrors, you find yourself having to research books on other worlds. And you start getting into very eccentric books on multiverse theories and other worlds and the planes. And that's when you start being able to narrow it down. You find the suggestion of a whole nother world. And this is lore. This is actual stuff from D&D. And it's going to sound like Earth, but it's Orth. There's a whole nother world called Orth. And that was the 20. The 30 is the location of the Tomb of Horrors on this whole other planet called, it is on the highest hill in the plains of Ayuz.
Another world in the material plane.
Yeah, it's up to you if you think Romulus has encountered this information before. It's up to you. You can maybe roll an Arcana check off the back end of that to know how much, but you can also dictate if you think he's aware of this. Above table, the interesting thing about Orth is that it's what's called the Greyhawk setting. We're in the Forgotten Realm setting, and Greyhawk is famously the first setting that D&D ever used. This was Gary Gygax's home world, I believe, if I understand correctly, that they turned into it. So a lot of the early adventures, a lot of the famous figures that we hear and know their names of, like Mordenkainen, they're from actually the Greyhawk setting originally.
Yep, Tasha as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
also,
so
Tomb of Horrors is, I think,
Go ahead. What were you saying, Justin? Because you kind of sound like you cut off and I don't hear anything.
I think Tomb of Horrors was the last module that Gary Gygax ever wrote.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Yeah, so with the 23, I think you're loosely aware of it, right? You're loosely aware that it gets complicated thinking about the D&D universe as a whole when you start getting really above the clouds, as you would say, that there not only are there the planes, the Feywild, the Shadowfell that are here, and the Astral Sea, and Hades, and all these other things. There is the extra layer of multiverses, and that there's whole, like, you with a 23, you at least understand fundamentally that the Forgotten Realms Toril is what's called a material plane. They're the center, the world, our Earth, but there's, and the planes usually kind of are hypothetically and abstractly centered around that. But then there's other material planes, other worlds And some cases they are adjacent to like Toril in this universe, right? But then there's cases where it's a whole other universe, a multiverse, where they're the center. With a 23, because you probably don't know this information yourself, Candlekeep has a lot of different experts on different subjects, or perceived experts, right? And most of those are the great readers, and they're on a council. And you would know that. Where did you would know that the quote unquote great reader expert on the planes and the Great Wheel, as it's called, is Silvira Savicus. Or Silvira. I'll say Silvira Savicus. I'm going to be honest with you, Romeo. I know nothing about other worlds. I hope you don't think less of me for that. I would have never guessed that this tomb of horrors is literally on a whole nother planet. Isn't that something?
This isn't very helpful. I don't even know how to get to another material plane.
I'll be honest with you, too. I didn't know that was a theory. I knew about planes, right? Some hells, the Fae. But whole other universes? Sorry, my voice is very scratchy tonight with Ulvix's voice. I need to actually... Sorry, let me work on his... I'm going to adjust his voice so I'm not so scratchy, apparently. I don't understand...
Sorry, am I coming in loud?
Maybe on my... So, like, I saw that I did turn you down on my end. So what it is, the level I have you on my Discord, right, is what's being caught and put out through the stream. So I did adjust you. If Rich is still around, he'll holler at us. But yeah, because it's always the tricky thing with me streaming, right? If there's no one listening, I have no idea what audio levels.
Sorry,
but it's all good. Cadmiel and Romul are very loud. Okay. Did some slight adjustments. Is Romul still loud, Rich? You want to Cadmiel and Romul, will you guys speak for me?
I suppose that I can speak for you. Is this just fine for you?
Romul. You want to holler some stuff out there, Justin?
Gary, I think you should go back to Quaylen.
Just for a good measure, Orpho, you want to say something, and Tingles, since we have Rich here to give us feedback, just to see
Something. 1, 2, 3, something.
Check, checkity check. Dingly dang.
Let's just get stitches.
Oh my gosh. JP, you missed it earlier. Romul's a lot better, down just a hair though. Tingles is good. Jeff said liches get stitches, and we all heard in the background, Orpho down a little bit, his son Fox echo that and go, liches get stitches, and that just tickled the fuck out of me. That was so good. All right. Thank you for the feedback, Rich. Yeah, so above table, you have now located where the Tomb of Horrors is. And let's just talk about that for a second. We're about to get fucking weird, right? We're going to start touching on the multiverse theory shit that encompasses D&D on a certain high level. As an example, ironically, I've had these ideas of potentially what this could look like, you know, your high level epic stuff. That's even being applied to some of my other campaigns. But Planescape just is releasing, and I pre-ordered so I can get the early access to it. But Planescape, if you've heard that term, they made a video game of it, and it was an old setting. That literally is centered around the concept that all the D&D worlds and universes and planes are multiverse, right? With a whole bunch of weird interconnectedness. And so it kind of explores that. So for me, I'm very happy that Planescape just came out because it's been giving me some good like stuff to work with. So it's going to get weird. I'm going to try and keep it as concise and clear as possible, but it is multiverse, so I apologize if it's a little confusing. But the Tomb of Horrors is on another world, in another universe. And so now the goal is, how do you get there? So we're kind of in the scene with you, Romuel, and Orvex, you know, kind of finishing and coming to this conclusion. So what would you like to do?
Well, the only person I can think to ask is Tiana. But if she's already here, well, she'll probably find us.
Actually, I'm going to play out one very random scene for you guys. So, Romuald, as you are, you know, doing your research for Orvex, I like the idea of Orvex or Orkfo and Tingles. You guys get a very interesting scene that I don't know if we've touched on before. But there's and I'll just be above table with it. Well, no, you know what? I won't explain it above table. But what you two see is at some point maybe you're just chilling in like, you know, the public access area, this big courtyard, they call the Courtyard of the Air, House of Rest. At some random point, you see a very strange procession. Cadmail too, I apologize, I didn't say your name there. The three of you, maybe you're just having drinks, getting some fresh air, watch as this group of Avowed, these members of Candlekeep, come walking through, but it's very ritualistic. And like they have, I don't know what they're called, but I'm imagining like those like Orthodox Catholic ceremonies, if they have like the incense on a chain, you know, when they go walking, right? If you guys know what I'm imagining there, I don't know what they're called, but like, and they do have more than a vow. They seem to be ceremonial robes. But as they're walking through, one of them is like almost like he's proclaiming, right? And he says, one second. And they're chanting, right? And they like stop for a moment, and this man, there's like this chest, and he pulls this scroll out, and he like unfurls the scroll. And some people stop and listen. Most members of the Avowed, anybody else you see around, kind of ignores them, but every once in a while, someone kind of stops and listens. And he just kind of looks around and he goes, "The Lord of Murder shall perish, but in his doom he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny. Chaos will be sown from their passage. So saith the wise Orlando." And like all of them just echo that. They all, the ones who are with him, go, "So saith the wise Orlando." And then he pulls out another. They like move down a little bit farther to the other end, and they stop and pulls out another scroll. The one who is hidden will in anger cast the gods down into the realm. The gods will walk among men amid chaos of art and nature, and there will be strife and Faerun. When shadows descend upon the lands, our divine lords will walk alongside us as equals. So saith the great Alondo. So saith the great Alondo. And like they do this like procession around the courtyard, and they're about if you guys remember, there's like these big emerald green doors that are in a wall that goes into like the restricted area of with all the towers and stuff of Candlekeep. And as I pause there, he pulls out another scroll, and this one's very quick and simple. But he says, "She fell so that she may rise, and the plains will break." As the balance is broken, so saith the wise Orlando. And this weird little chanting procession goes through the doors and is gone.
What the hell was that?
Would you like to ask somebody from around, or are you just speaking to Cadmail and Tinkles offhandedly?
Cadmel and Tingles and Orvex if he's there.
Orbex is actually doing research with Romuald during this scene.
Yeah, got you. Orlando. I'm not interested enough to go asking.
To be fair, you guys can roll Arcana checks. Anybody who wants to. It's a high DC, but Tingles, you might have a
why the hell not?
good Arcana. And actually, it could also actually Arcana or History check. Actually, Tingles, if you have a better.
Holy smokes!
Natural 20. Okay. I actually am like totally fine with this because he, as a figure of lore, is very interesting. Alando, I'll pause it for you. He is a famous prophet of the Forgotten Realms. He, long time ago, wrote down a lot of prophecies, and those prophecies with the Nat 20, go ahead.
This is who was just speaking, or this is like who they worship?
And it's not necessarily worship, but you would know the Nat 20, you know that Candlekeep, as the protective, magical castle of arcane secrets, actually is the place in the world that they house his prophecies. And they have this strange ritual where a few of the Vowed literally walk around Candlekeep in this procession, reading off random prophecies of his.
I see. So Alando lived a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
There's some remnant followers, disciples, however you want to say it, that's who we saw, essentially, are these followers or people who ascribe to Alando's prophecies or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And they are avowed. They are members of Candlekeep, so it seems that they're like tied to it. I did pick one in specific just because of it. This is a real one that I found in documents and stuff. This won't apply to everyone, but for some of you, maybe you picked up on it. Mostly you, Justin and Jeff. But the Lord of Murder shall perish, but his doom he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny. Chaos will soon from their passage. That is literally a reference to the Baldur's Gate games and the.
I was actually.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, I remember this from the start of Baldur's Gate 1.
Yeah, I think that one is probably from, the beginning of Baldur's Gate 3, or not 3, excuse me, Baldur's Gate games. I think that one's probably handpicked from that. But then on Saturday, we've been playing Baldur's Gate. That's kind of tied into that story too. So in my opinion, this, where you guys are in the timeline, this is before or after that, excuse me. So it seems also that they just will read any prophecies. They don't, whether they've come true already or not. So that's just like an example. But I thought that was a fun.
I see. And would I know like how they are regarded kind of in the land? Like, are they respected, or are they tolerated, or are
With
they
a nat 20,
a weird cult?
some people on a certain scale look at it and just go like, no one can predict the future, right? But with your nat 20, I'll give you that Tingles himself recognizes, oh, that was a prophecy that when the Lord of Murder and the Bale Spawn incident happened, which is what it's called for the Baldur's Gate games. So like, oh, that came true. Now it's up to you if you think Tingles thinks that, oh, maybe they wrote that before or after that happened, because apparently this is after the fact, right? And then the one who is hidden, the second one he did, also seems to be speaking to a past. I think it was the time of troubles. And funny enough, the Bale Spawn thing is tied to that. The lore, it being, about where you guys are, like 100, 150 years ago, literally all of the gods were made mortal and brought to the world. And some gods were killed in that state. Some were replaced. Some other mortals ascended. And that's when like Bale died and this whole other aspect of it. So again, that's a prophecy that was already happened. So maybe it's up to Tingles if he thinks that was before, or maybe they just, isn't it fortunate that you have a prophecy that already came true? The last one, though, even with a nat 20, that she fell so that she may rise and the planes will break as the balance is broken, that one does not speak to you of something that's happened before, or that has already happened. Whether or not it did happen or not, you don't know. But that last one is a question mark. But with a nat 20, most professional arcane history buffs consider them to be very valuable knowledge, and over the course of history, supposedly can predict the future. Yep. So that's just a random fun for me. One of my favorite, like, weird facts of Candlekeep is this guy of prophecies that predicts a lot of the events from the video games and stuff. Like, his prophecies are here, and they walk around and they spout out these prophecies.
So, Workfo, did you actually ask who are they, or are you just like, fucking nut jobs?
I was asking you. Yeah, just passing.
Yeah.
I'm not that interested. I'm just like pointing them out.
Well, let me explain in great detail. Orcfo, I believe those people have some valuable information as well as influence. And I think I might try to go rub elbows with them.
Seems worthwhile. I don't know why I have to walk around flaunting it, though.
Well, when you have something that's worthy of flaunting, I think you flaunt it. I see they just kind of walked off.
Yeah, so if you think Tingles is interested in interacting with them, right? So you are in a big, giant, open courtyard, the Court of Air, on the quote-unquote public side, where people who are not members can hang out, have lodging, and they've done a circuit of this courtyard, but they're about to go through the emerald doors that go back to the restricted section that technically Tingles does not have access to. But as you're seeing them and realizing who they are, and as they're saying these prophecies, if you think Tingles wants to kind of step up and like try and interact with them, you're more than welcome to catch them before they go through the doors. But they're about to do the procession through the emerald doors.
Do I get the sense that they're going to look at me like I'm a idiot for interrupting their little ceremony, or am I just going to am I gonna have to guess on that?
You can roll an insight check.
Insight.
Oh wow,
That's
what
so
a low
funny.
roll for you. That's so funny. I would say they definitely seem to be doing something ritualistic, right? And kind of
Mhm.
building off of, because 16 is still a good insight on people who are literally
Mhm.
going around doing a procession. I like to imagine, in my opinion, this would be a continuing my comparison of like a religious ceremony with the incense and stuff. So it's up to Tingles, and I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer to this. It's like if you were in
Yeah.
the Orthodox Church and these guys were going through this, are you going to go up and talk to the priest in the middle of it? Some people know. Some
Right.
people might
Right. Yeah.
not
Yeah.
fucking care, right? So that's, in my opinion, what your read on the situation is, like this religious ceremony procession. Do you want to interrupt it or not? Some
Yeah, I
people
think
might be, but like who knows?
I will not interrupt them currently, but try and gain some favor and you know work out some opportunities to gain an audience with them.
Okay.
So we don't have to do that right this instant, but that's kind of the plan.
How about this? Do you want to distill us down to like a persuasion or performance role, which like, oh, with your nat 20, you understand they're doing something ritualistic, and you like
Right.
can at least start mimicking some of the like reverence, right? As they pass by, you give them the nice bow. You kind of like lean into the procession and the ritual. Do you want to do something like that?
Yeah. Yeah. So performance check.
Okay. Yeah. So as they go by, you're able to kind of read, again, as I kind of said, you can kind of read the ritual and what they're doing and the solemnness of it. And you put on the air of joining in, but not in a disrespectful way, right? You don't come in there and start like, imagine the Monty Python guys. But you just show due reverence as they pass by, and they note you, and that the respect that you've shown them, and the words of the prophet Orlando. So they the head of this little ritual, who's been reading, kind of gives you a nod, and continues. Maybe like he's seeing that, right? He stops, and for you, he reads that last one to you all. She fell so she may rise, and the plains will break, and the mountains will break. Like he gives you the full attention of these words that you seem to revere also, and then they continue on. They've noted you. All right. I know we're jumping back and forth, but I am also giving you just some breathing room to think about what you want to do with that information. This very complex information. So is there anything you would like to do?
I guess I'll go back to the party. If there's nothing else I can glean from the library.
Yeah, just some more general history. If we want to do a broad stroke of Oseric again, he's known for creating these dungeons throughout. And now you understand, more than just on our world. He literally is a multiverse figure, and he's created these dungeons and bait traps for adventurers all over the multiverses and the planes. And so you just kind of it's like a sick game to him, right? To create these things and put them in random places, fill them with treasure, and sometimes not any sort of personal vendetta, but just to like, yeah, come to my tomb and figure out if you can get through it. Let me watch you get tortured and died. And then almost always they die, and he gets whatever they brought in with them, right? As the hidden thing there. Yeah, I would say that if you do you want my guidance on this, or do you have a good idea of what you want to do next, or like suggestion of paths ahead for you? Or you
I was just gonna wait until we meet with the other contact.
With Tatiana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So, tell me if you guys like the scene where Romuel, you, and Orvex come out of your 2 days of research, and if you want, you can approach the rest of the party, and you can RP it if you want, or you can say, "I tell them what I know," whatever you want to do. You're reconnected with them.
Where you been, man? I've been drinking for 2 days.
Well, I have learned a lot. I think we know where this Tomb of Horrors is, but not exactly sure how we're supposed to get there.
Like over the ocean or something?
No, it's complicated. Tingles, I know you've been to other planes. Well, have you ever met anyone from another world on the material plane?
As in somewhere other than the Fae?
As in somewhere other than...
Sorry, so I don't know if you cut off. As in somewhere other than what?
Somewhere other than our world.
Oh. Well, I've been quiet to many people in the Fae, and creatures and monsters and things of that nature. Nate, am I rolling some kind of check?
Yeah, roll a history check, because I do
this?
think your brother, right? Assuming,
Mhm.
I think we both kind of agree, like maybe he has his own like thing going on in the Fey where he's a part of some of the courts there. So
Yeah.
I feel like the Feywild court could potentially attract very exotic travelers, right? So it's a high DC, but a history check here would.
Well,
So
I am really all
unfortunately-
over the place.
Unfortunately, you've met plenty of. So this is where it gets confusing, right? Again, because you guys are on like the Forgotten Realms world, and then you have the Fae, the Shadowfells, like the immediate planes. Then you have all these other planes of existence, where the Bahamut was, where the Hells are. You have these planes, but then you have other universes, right, tied to that. So you've met a lot of people from the planes that are centered, that your world is centered on, right? Your versions of the Feywild, your versions of the Hells. Like you might have met a devil in the Feywild who's visiting for a good time. You've met planar travelers, but you've never met multiversal travelers.
Got it. Okay. I don't recall anyone in my previous travels that I believe would be able to provide any support in our current quest.
I mean, didn't that creepy, withery guy in the tomb we were in before say something about all this multiverse garbage? Talking about withers. So, like, I remember when we met him in the Tomb of Annihilation, he was, like, saying something about how, there was these dungeons everywhere, and this was just for fun for him, and all of that.
Oh yeah, so it sounds like Withers echoed kind of some of the information I gave before.
Yeah.
I admittedly don't remember that conversation myself, but I could see Withers have given that information out, like, oh yeah, Sararak, because I felt like I'd given that information at some point. Yeah, Sararak has these dungeons all over the fucking place, right?
Yeah.
And Withers was the steward of that one particular one.
And there was the one kind of room that had the like the chains going up and down towards like the mechanical.
Oh yeah. Those
Place,
chains
whatever,
specifically
yeah.
went to the plane mechanists.
Yeah, that's not the same thing, but that's what Orkfo would think. I mean, this is like the heart of all of knowledge and magic where we are now. There's somebody who knows. They're probably here.
Orvex does like speaks like so Savira might know. I've never spoken to her myself. She might have insight. She is an expert, but do we think this can't be true, right? There's no way that there's other worlds. What if there's other versions of ourselves? Orvex is like very shaken by this like knowledge.
I mean, I've seen some weird shit. This isn't even up there. Friggin' giant baby god.
Baby. That was one of the grossest things I've ever seen. Do you think our old dear friend Tatiana would have information from you?
Well, I'm interested to see what she to say.
You just want to meet with her on your own, correct? You don't need me there for anything.
You don't have to come along, Vex.
Okay. If I come up, please let her know that I have no hard feelings. We saved Quaylen in the end. We got him back. If she knows that I know that she's a lich, tell her that I won't tell her a single soul ever, any time, ever, and everything. That I respect that she's kept her distance from me and has not done to me what she did to Quaylen. I'll just
settle down, bro. Settle down.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. If you say so. I'm gonna take a nap. You know where my chambers are now, if you need me. Okay. And he kind of like wanders off. All right. And
1 year.
Go ahead.
No, that was it.
All right. Shall we skip forward? It sounds like Romuald's idea is to just go ahead and get to the meeting with Tatiana. Anybody want to do anything before now and then? It's pretty much. Right now, if I said 2 days of research, let's just say it's tonight, right? It's probably in a couple hours or so that you were quote unquote supposed to meet Tatiana.
I mean, I would have tried to coordinate with this, like, Disciples of Alondo or whatever they're calling themselves, Order of Alondo.
Okay. Okay.
What do
Go
they call
ahead and
themselves?
roll a persuasion check for me. So this is not a high DC.
Persuasion.
This is just like don't crit fail, essentially. Okay. So again, you're trying to get to like the avowed with the Orlando stuff. So this is you kind of smooth talking, getting a meeting, right? Like I saw them, I know so much about Orlando. I'd love to speak to one of them. And
I think some of what I might have offered, would be like a donation to Candlekeep or to the Order of Alondo or stuff like, just making this grandiose kind of. thing.
All right. Yeah, so you're able to kind of smooth it over to get the disgruntled front end clerk to kind of can you please get one of them to come out and talk to me? Tell him that it's the guy, that was there for the ritual. And so eventually the head, quote unquote, I'm saying priest, but I don't know. I don't think that's what the avowed would call themselves, right? But the one who was reading it eventually kind of meets you in the house of rest and comes out. Oh, hello. I understand that you wanted to speak to me. You're the one that I saw during the procession earlier today, were you not?
Yeah. Allow me to introduce myself to someone of such great regard and devotion, such as yourself. My name is. What am I? Am I a lord or a? What am I
I
again?
think I've been calling you a lord.
We'll just go with lord. Okay.
You're like a Martinet, Marquise, I think it is. I'm fine with lord though.
We'll go lord.
Yeah, that's like the.
I am Lord Tingles of the Fae from Cormyr. And I was just so stricken with awe at your procession this afternoon. I don't know what day it is, but of recent. And I am just aware of your devotion to the prophecies of Alondo, and I'd love to just learn. I am but a student before you, so I feel you just have so much to offer and bring so much value to the land.
Yes. Cormyr, correct? You
That
must
is correct.
have been a part of that nasty business with the war on the dragons, correct?
Yes, it was actually myself and my comrades who defeated the Shardalon.
Another of Alando's visions come to pass.
I can imagine you have many great visions of things fulfilled and things yet to come.
Very much so. His visions were countless and varied. Some have come to pass, others have yet to show themselves. Some are very specific, some vague and unknowable.
And I apologize, but before we continue, I'd just like to know how I might address you.
I am Master Reader, if you need a honorific.
Master Reader, thank you. And thank you for sparing a portion of your time for me. I imagine you are very busy and have a lot to attend to.
Your reverence for Orlando's words was noted. You seem to capture the words and hear the power and the weight that they have. I thought it would be appropriate to give myself some time to you. Do you have questions about the prophecies, my friend? Lord Tingle?
Yes, Master Reader. I heard a few earlier that I was quite familiar with. There was one that I could not recall and could not pinpoint in any discussions or any readings that I've come across in my past. It started with "She fell, so she will rise."
Oh, yes. A powerful one. One of the ones that we do not think has come to pass yet. She fell, so that she may rise, and the plains will break as the balance is broken. And he says as an honor of it, so saith the wise Alondo.
So, and what do they respond with? So saith the wise?
So saith the wise Alondo.
Sorry, I'm asking above table.
So saith
When-
the wise.
Okay.
Orlando.
So saith the wise Alondo. Okay.
No, I mean, that's what you're asking, right? I didn't spoil
Yeah. I couldn't remember if they just said "so saith the wise" or "so saith the wise Alondo" the full thing. So I was trying to
Sometimes it's the
replicate.
great, sometimes it's the wise. It's
Yeah. Okay. She fell so that she may rise. Or what was that final part?
she fell so that she may rise, and the plains will break as the balance is broken. This one is an odd one, I agree. You know, like the one I said before, the Lord of Murder is very specific, and that one came to pass as the literal Lord of Murder. But she fell so that she may rise is a bit more on the vague side, I must admit. Who is she that is falling, and who is she that is rising? And how are they so powerful that the plains themselves could break? Balance means very many different things in the grand scheme of the plains. Are you familiar with the Blood War, my good lord? You can roll a history check if you'd like, or Arcana.
I don't know shit. No, I'm not familiar with the Blood War.
One thing I can speak upon is balance as a philosophy in the greater scheme of the plains. A specific philosophy, and this is, mind you, only my own interpretation, perhaps, on this prophecy. There are some who believe the Blood War is the eternal war between the demons and the devils. If you're not familiar with their lore, you should always remember there's a difference between devils and demons. Two great different factions with different philosophies. Demons are chaotic, brutal. Devils are cunning and smart and organized. And they have been at war with each other since the beginning. But they are in balance, are they not? They are not able, one is not able to get a foothold over the other. They keep each other in check. But what if that balance is broken and the devils, per se, get an advantage over the demons and they become victorious? What if the gods of good, in their philosophy, defeat the gods of evil? I'm not saying this is the right answer or the wrong answer. I don't adhere to a particular philosophy other than that Alondo was a man of foresight. But those of balance believe that the gods of good, even with their good intentions, if they were to dominate and become all-powerful and no check of the evil gods, it'd be a very different world and universes that we live in. Not a healthy universe, where only one dominating philosophy. With their good can come unforeseen complications and problems. So they seek to keep the world in balance. I know that's a great deal on it, but that's my opinion on the balance is broken.
Well, I believe I can follow what you mean by balance. Because it's not that there would be an absence of evil or a triumph of good, right? For that is not balanced. It would be that wherever there is a void, it shall be filled. And it's not about what's right or wrong, but a field of choices and their impacts on their sphere of influence.
Mm-hmm.
And not that there is any sort of dichotomy of right and wrong, but
that there should be
along the
a
lines
dichotomy.
of just
That there should
right.
be not power structures, if one of any of these wide-ranging factions and powers of all the different planes, if one was to come to dominate, no matter their philosophy of good or evil, or their interpretation, that it would not be good for us all.
So by nature, it seems like there needs to be these various spaces for these various lines of thought. Or if not, we will be essentially oppressed and would not understand what one aspect or discipline is without some defining line that differentiates them with something else, with some other way of thinking.
That is what the philosophers of balance believe in. Though, if I understand correctly, it is built into the nature of the universes and the rings and the planes for there to be balance. Whether intentional or not, but the blood war being a good example of it in practice. Again, it's not something I believe in, but that is the philosophy.
And so there's some prophecy that would suggest that she fell, indicating she is coming from a place of power, otherwise you could not fall. And that either herself or someone else may rise to power, either in the void that was left, the power vacuum that remained, or some new platform that could only exist after her fall. This is interesting. And so I'm sure there's some...
Go ahead, no, continue.
I'm sure there's some... there's always debate with these prophecies, right? Because you may look back to moments in history or current events, and you know, someone may consider that this has already happened or it is happening, while others believe there's not enough evidence to suggest that it is she, right? And with some of these that are a little bit more distinguished, hindsight allows you to look back and pinpoint and say it was referring to this event, while something a little bit less vague requires debate.
I will say that the foresight of my own interpretation on this is my own. There are others who argue that this prophecy has already come to pass. For Mistra herself fell once, and magic died, the spell plague. So there's some who think that this particular prophecy was speaking to that one, or that moment. I disagree, but I'm not going to say that their insight on that maybe has prudence, because she did fall and there was a great breaking as magic itself began to fail around the world.
What was the name of the person you said he thinks?
Yeah, sorry, I think it's Mistra. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Mistra, I believe. She literally is the god of magic. And I think I'm getting my lore correct. It actually wasn't that long ago where Mistra was killed, I believe. And then go ahead.
Yeah, she was killed by Cyric.
Cyric, which is like he's one of the evil gods of like maybe assassination or something like that. You know, like one of those kind of like evil, like bloodthirsty gods. And that created what was called the spell plague. Funny enough, I just pulled up Mistra. One of the very things that just literally stuck out as I'm skimming a huge wiki is So maybe this guy is really off base because Mister was said to be a manifestation of the cosmic balance, and that's like in capitals, the cosmic balance. That's funny. Yeah, but I believe she was killed, and either she was resurrected or something like that. I don't know the exact details on that, but there was a period of time where magic got fucked up because she died. And I think they called it the spell plague.
Above table, I thought it was about Zariel. And
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, because you
that's
guys
what
are
I
doing
assumed.
Descent into Avernus, where, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I remember the lore. Zariel, she was an angel, like an archangel, essentially. And she's very much the angel that fell. And she's now in the hells and is actually an archdevil now. But she's a former angel. And so you could say, yeah, that she fell. So maybe as a reference to Zariel above table, rising. Falling and rising again.
And like offsetting the balance.
Mm-hmm. Funny enough, I'm sorry, I'm just nerding out right now. If I remember correctly, she did that as a balance check for the Blood War. I could be wrong on that, but I think she might have. One of the reasons why she went down there is like, I believe we need to keep the demons in check more than the devils, so I'm going to go down there and help and pretty much change sides from angels to devil. Yeah, this is just a general discussion because that's something I'm exploring in most of my campaigns is like balance as this really big philosophy in the D&D universes.
I think the idea behind it is, she came down to basically try to keep balance, but she's winning too hard.
Oh
really.
yeah. So maybe she's doing too good of a job and actually undermining herself or her own philosophy. Maybe. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I forgot you guys are literally in that, and you're in there as a player. So I'm sorry if I just spoiled anything for you, Riley. Riley, I think is your DM for that.
I am the DM.
I'm sorry. I literally am just reflecting on that. I'm like, I don't know if I should have said anything on that. I apologize.
So basically what I'm hearing is the UN peacekeeping force went in and became the dominant force in the area.
If I understand correctly.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, so just an example of this prophecy that could be, there's a lot of interpretations. Did it happen? Will it happen? This particular master reader believes that it hasn't happened, but there are others that apparently in Candlekeep who think it did. So let's step back into that moment for you, JP and Tingles and him. Mm-hmm. Londo was his gift of vision was very impressive. But part of me if this last one has not come to pass, it would be a shame to see the worlds, the planes break, but every time one is confirmed, it's just more adherence to the visionary that Alondo was. The wise Alondo. It's rare for outsiders to come into Candlekeep and have such a grasp on the slipperiness that is the prophecies of Alondo. I'm impressed, Lord Tingles. If you ever need anything from Candlekeep, from our collection, make sure you ask for me. You have special permission from me.
I am indebted to you for what has been the highlight of my year, surely. And I will certainly, at your discretion, maintain communication with you, as I have very much enjoyed our conversation this evening.
Mm.
Might I ask one more question? I'm not sure if there are any prophecies or any writings that may pertain to our current circumstances, but if you would entertain one more query, I would greatly appreciate it.
I am all ears, Lord Tingles.
We are currently facing an enemy that is cunning and devious and, in my opinion, malicious, though my perspective might be somewhat biased and prejudiced, as he has taken my wife from me, and I fear may have taken her from the land of the living. And I wonder if you might be able to recall any sort of writings or thoughts about the upcoming event, their locations, anything that might aid us in our journey. Not that you should have an opinion or an inclined perspective on this, but just something that might grant us some sort of advantage.
So, do I understand correctly, Lord Tingles, that you're wondering if there is a prophecy pertaining to your own current predicament? There was
Well,
a prophecy for Cormir and the Red Dragon Arshadalan. Well, that has come and gone, has it not? Or is that still...
to my knowledge, that is over. But this new threat is a lich named Asarak. Is that his name?
Yeah, I think I don't know the correct pronunciation. I say a Sararak, but it could be Asarak.
Asarak, yeah.
I'm not saying mine's correct.
So he says the name properly.
Yeah, whatever that is for both.
Master Reader, whatever that name is. Yeah. This new threat has currently taken many people we hold dear to us. And I realize in the grand scheme of things that is just this moment in our lives are but a vapor, right? But I believe there are far greater implications as to what's occurring, and I wasn't certain if there was any mention of them, which might indicate how severe this situation may be.
I'm going to roll a check for him. He's not an expert on liches by any means, so this is not going to be a high check, but this is the off chance that maybe a Sarac was mentioned in some form in a prophecy, and he can make that connection.
Hmm.
He needs to get a 20 on this, but he only has a +5 modifier for this roll.
Hmm.
You know what? Yeah, I'll do +5. 17.
Okay.
Fortunately, there's all many prophecies that speak to what in the description speak of liches. But those are varied, and I don't know any off the, in my immediate stead. Many of them speak of Vecna, the Lord of Whispers and Secrets. But a Sarac, I'm not familiar with him, but there's a chance that there might be a prophecy of the liches that might be attained to him, but I'm not aware of any specifics myself. I'm sincerely sorry.
No need to apologize. I just thought I'd give it a shot. Well, Master Reader, again, I am in such immense gratitude to our time in fellowship this evening. And in your name, I am going to make a donation to the Order of Alondo. And I hope that your research and your rituals may continue unimpeded by any material concerns this world can bring.
Lord Tingles, you're very kind. Again, please know that you have my friendship, and my resources will always be at your beck and call if you need it. Don't ever hesitate to write for me or call for me. If anyone tells me Lord Tingles needs to speak, I will speak to you. And he kind of leans in. And if you ever perhaps want to take a private tour of where we keep the prophecies, I can make an exception.
Oh, I would very much appreciate that one day, in the near future.
Mm-hmm. You just let me know. Unfortunately, I do have some work I need to attend to, but Lord Tingles, has been a pleasure. Well met and well received. Let me know if you need anything. He kind of gives you a little bow. Leaves. Okay. A plus RP, by the way, JP. That was great.
Heyo.
You greasing the wheels and just like flattering people naturally is so good for Tingles. You notice I didn't even ask for rolls on that at that point. I'm just like, he's just eating this up.
Right. Yeah, I feel like I finally figured out how to play this character, so it just
you just had to take control of a
worked
country
out.
or
That's
a
it.
major
Just
portion
had
of a country. Okay. I know we still got Tatiana to get to, but I'm thinking 10-minute break, and then we can come back to that and jump back in.
Works for me.
Yep, sounds good.
So 32
good.
after the hour. Let's re-meet.
Alrighty then.
And we are alive. Okay. Anything else before we get to Ramiel and Tatiana's meet? And so when we left off, Ramiel, it was very just a vague, let's meet. I think you said outside of Candlekeep, right?
Yeah, I think so.
This is just me just kind of adding a little flavor. Let me know if you like this. I like the idea that there was a spot, outside of Candlekeep that may not necessarily have to be a romance thing, but even as in friendly terms that, we go because, Candlekeep's like on the cliffs, right? Like maybe it's a spot that the two of you and even Darkseas would have gone and hung out. Maybe it's like an unspoken, like, I'll meet you there. You cool with that kind of concept?
Sure.
Cool. All right. Night falls. You go out there and meet up. You go to the old spot on the cliff on the Sword Coast, overlooking the Sea of Swords, the crashing waves. The moon is out, reflecting on the night sea. The stars are out. And as you approach the spot, you do see a familiar silhouette. Tatiana there at the edge of the cliff, looking out over the water. And she turns and sees you. Ramiel?
I heard you arrived yesterday.
Yes. I, surprisingly, still have access to Candlekeep. I think I should say thank you for that. I've been still coming and going as a member for months.
Well, I think Darcy's really... I told him you had died.
That was an interesting conversation. And I should say that I should thank him also. I think he knows also what I am. But he keeps the distance. And says your friend Orvex doesn't usually keeps his distance also. The fact that I've not been thrown out at the least, or burned at the stake, or tempted by the great readers, I assume no one has really painted me in a bad light. How are you?
I'm well.
Did
You look
Go ahead.
good.
You all survived the attack, I take it? You seem to be well, as the rest of your friends, badgers, alive.
Yes. We survived the tomb.
And your friend, Quaylen, were you able to save him?
I don't know. Are you going to go kill him if I did? Yes, he's alive.
Though you may not believe it, that does make me happy.
When I got to the soulmonger, I had a dream the night before. And you appeared in it. And when I saw it, it was everything. Everything you said it would. And I tried to do as you planned. I tried to take it. But I failed.
The scroll.
Yes. But I know I wouldn't have if you had trusted me.
I did trust you. I took you at your word that you chose your friend over any of my plans.
Months before that, I mean, I have the book, Tatiana. The Arcane Grimoire of Azalin Rex. And I notice your handwriting. You stole my research. You framed some other man. You had me exiled.
She hangs her head in shame, or seeming shame. I'm not proud of what I did. I wasn't supposed to go that way. I took your research, your insights into evocation was profound. It was powerful. I needed it. And I was going to return it.
You did.
In the end. I know.
Well, it doesn't matter any longer.
I know I cannot make it better when I did. I have shamed myself in that everything that I attempt to do seems to hurt you. And that's never my intent. Not that I think it makes that better. My biggest regret is not coming to you for your help all these years. You speak that you yourself have been able to crack the condition, death, and your own way. It hurts so much knowing what I did to obtain it, and you have been able to circumnavigate this.
Well, it's not. It's likely not as potent as your magic. I'm still going to grow old. And I'll still die. But like you, I've found a way to come back. I haven't tested it yet, but I'm hoping I'll be a little younger.
Let's hope you don't have to test that too soon. It kind of gives like a sad smile.
Unless you had some ideas tonight. But I have other contingencies. Besides, I'm sure your magic has all sorts of benefits. Do you have to sleep anymore or eat?
I do not. One thing I would like you to know is that this was a path that I took out of necessity. You know how hard it was for me as a half-drow in this world and this institution. These men in Candlekeep, even the women, they hurt me. I should have came to you. I should have came to you in the Dark Seas, but I, unfortunately, always had this impression that I need to protect myself. I stumbled upon the secrets to this. She kind of gestures to herself. And I did what I thought was necessary, which was to gain power.
You don't have to explain yourself to me. I understand now. In fact, I understood it when I made the decision to use that gate scroll. I didn't know Quaylen was going to be resurrected. That was a matter of divine providence. Me had anything to do with it. Technically, Gary did. But I didn't know that was going to happen.
So you do not judge me. You can
No.
judge me for Quaylen. That was an anger.
No, I see you as a teacher. You've taught me a lesson that I now understand.
And what lesson is
I don't think you're wrong for the way you thought. You should learn how to stand by yourself and protect yourself. Now I understand that too. And I've taken measures. It's as you said. Some year or so ago, I had fallen. And you came to me and told me that my companions wouldn't be around forever. I realized that I still wanted to be around. And so I took these measures. And I thought of you. And I thought that we would run into each other, given that time is on our side now. So no, I don't plan on holding any grudges. I don't think it's changed the way I feel about you. In fact, it's elevated it. I think I understand you better than ever.
There's literally tears like welling in her eyes and like in the night. You'll see it. I would like you to roll a persuasion check. I've spent this last year thinking that you hate me with everything in your heart. Which you should have. But there was not a day I did not think of you and the hurt that I've done. And I thought about that potential future that I felt in the jungles myself, with you in an eternity, rising above mortal kin, challenging the gods, not ever allowing anyone ever again to hurt me. I still feel, though, that I am not worthy of your love. I would like you to roll an insight check. She's been expressing herself with this deep guilt, right? That is obvious, from what she said of her past experience and stuff. You have, and like you've pretty much forgiven her. It sounds like to me, right? It sounds like you've kind of like, I forgive you. But she seemed...
I understand, I think.
Understand more than forgive?
Yeah, I understand.
And she's emotional. And with a 19, there's more guilt in her than what happened in the past. She starts crying.
I'd like to cast a spell.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just going to cast Dancing Lights.
All right. You do notice her flinch a little bit, right? Like, oh, he's beginning to cast something. But whether or not she recognizes it a cantrip or she wants you to do whatever it is you're about to do, right? Whether it was a dangerous thing or anything, she was just going to let it happen. But dancing lights on the cliffside, again with the waves crashing below.
I remember when I first arrived here. And you taught me this spell. You remember?
I do. You picked it up very quickly.
We have hundreds of years ahead of us, right?
We have rest of eternity if we're lucky.
If we're lucky.
I want you to roll another persuasion check. At advantage. Nat 20.
You want me to roll again?
No. Oh, yeah. I mean, no, you're good. No, you're good. Yeah, nat 20. She looks at you and I never dreamt that you would ever forgive me for what I did. And the choices that you made. Romeo. I am not worthy of your forgiveness. I thought you would try and kill me. Destroy me tonight. I hoped to find some sort of common ground and a common enemy with a Sararak. But you've come with understanding and a willingness to heal those wounds. Those are not the only wounds that I have given you. And she's like struggling with what she's trying to say.
Is there something
friends,
I don't know?
the attack from a Sararak. I'm the one who tipped them off through my networks on who you are and who those that are most closest to you are. I watched you from afar. I saw this Cadmail come, join. I heard the stories of what you did. I know where Eamon was. I'm the one who tipped off those closest to you and your friends. He did come for me. That is truth. But these are machinations that I hoped for. His attention anew. For I have a plan, had a plan, to join you all as the common enemy, permanently destroy Asarak and use him for a greater ascension to greater power.
And what's stopping you from that?
I needed help. I needed you. Killing an Archlich was no simple thing. So I wanted him to find you.
I think ascending would have.
I never, in all my years, in the last year, would have thought that you had ever forgiven me. That you would ever bear to see me. A few times we've talked, I did not get the impression. And she just starts crying.
Well, as I said, I understand now. However,
What's that last thing you said, Justin?
then I feel like a difficult conversation is still easier than all the kidnappings. But we can talk about that another time.
I don't intend for this to be an olive branch to heal more hurt that I might have created you and your friends. But I want you to be aware of one thing. I did have a plan on how to destroy Serac, even if it's not me going after this. Would you like to know the tools I have at hand to do this?
Yes. That was what I hoped to get out of tonight.
Have you
Do enjoy seeing you.
She kind of smiles.
But we are on a clock now.
Indeed. Have you ever been able to deduce the location of this tomb on Earth?
I read something earlier about a worth
Mm-hmm.
in the highest hill in the plains of Ayus. But I've never heard of traveling between different material planes.
It's very difficult, from what I have gathered. I've been living in the Shadowfell for many years in a realm called Darkon. Oh my god, I'm gonna get his name wrong. Azalix Rex? What's his name?
Thought it was, is it Azalin?
Azalin Rex? I remember
Or
Rex. That
Azalin?
part's easy. That part's easy. Actually, let me check one thing.
That's who,
I'm just gonna call him Rex.
Blackbone had said
Yeah,
the book belonged to.
Mm-hmm. All right. 1 second. Yeah, Aslan Rex. I've not done it myself, mind you, but Aslan Rex himself was from this world, Earth. My goal was to speak to you all about a path within Darkon. Not an easy path, but a path to a portal that connects to Earth. And something more. I'm not sure how much you've been able to decipher of some of the more complex spells in his book. Roll a perception or insight check, by the way. Either one. I think it's an easy enough read. When she speaks of the book, you know how powerful that is as a mage, right? A +3 spell book, right? You can tell there's not that she's gonna steal it from you, but this whole oh, it's right there. That powerful book is right there. But she continues as she kind of gestures to your person, knowing it's there somewhere. There's a particular.
She wants to see the book.
Not that she. There's longing there, right? Maybe not on this level, but it's like Gollum knowing the Ring of Power, Sarah, right? As an arcane caster, she knows how powerful that book is. Mechanically, it's a +3 book or a book, but that's so powerful, right? But she's talking about it, but you just see that little bit of longing in her eyes when she's speaking of the book itself, the spell tome. There's a very interesting spell, powerful, that Azalin himself designed. The ability to track souls through the planes. My hope was to spur you and the Badgers into action, go with you, the common enemy, track him down in his own tomb, and inevitably, laws willing, we defeat him is to use a soul tracker on him so that we could follow him in his soul and spirit to wherever this phylactery of his is hidden in the planes in the multiverse. And then we would know his greatest weakness.
I'm sorry, I missed some of that. Who was being soul trapped?
The hope was to face a Serac in whatever form, like we did, or you did, assumingly, in his other tomb, defeat him, but and make sure he does not escape. Because if we can destroy him, Azalin had a spell that if you can cast it upon the person, will track their soul wherever it goes in the plane. And where would his soul go? To his phylactery. Face a Serac, defeat him, have the spell upon him, and then we can follow him to his phylactery, destroying it, him, and my hope, consuming him. This was a spell that I knew from the book. I'm happy to teach it to you.
Well, I haven't been able to decipher everything in the book.
I'm sure you would have over time. But if you want, I can write down some of the keys to it. Consider it a guilt present. I won't lie. I wanted to hurt you again. Because I thought you hated me.
She wanted what?
To hurt you. Because because I thought you hated me.
Oh. Well, just so you know, in the future, kidnapping my father is probably one of the least effective ways to hurt me.
Noted. So I offer you this. The keys to unlocking that spell. So that you may do and fix whatever it is. Whatever it is. Fix the predicament that I helped create. And I can leave. Or I can teach you and give you the key and join you. Though I imagine if I know Gary and Orgfo and your other new friends, if they know what I did, it would not go well.
Well, if I tell you that I won't tell them, will it just make you think that I'm going to hold this over you?
Honestly, no. But if you did, I would not judge you for it.
Well, then you understand me too. But that is a conversation we'll have to have with the rest of the group. I won't tell them anything.
I knew it was going to be difficult enough with Orgfo and our history, and Gary.
Well, it'll be hard for you too. He did impale you after all.
I honestly believe there's been many fools in our journeys who have misjudged you and your friends. Myself, Sarah, this Chardalon. There's been interesting stories out of the north. Faint rumors of some demon in the woods, a floating island, devils and demons, portals, and badgers. This is why I wanted you all, for you all always more than meets the eye. So do I take it that you'll give me a third chance to make things right?
If killing a Sararak is our goal, then you would be a boon.
I want to be very clear on my goals. Keep you alive. When we destroy a Sararak, my hope, my will, is to consume him and rise. I've watched you. You've grown in your ability and power. My power has been stagnant for a year. My resources are limited in Darkon and the Shadowfell. The soul's meager. But to capture the power of an Archlich, that's my goal. But you have shown me that it does not need to be my goal. And you may steer me in what you think is the most prudent. Because in this moment, I do not want to give up any chance that I have of us continuing our friendship through the centuries and beyond. If I have to sacrifice power at this point for it, I will. You don't need to decide that now. I will follow your direction on this for the forgiveness and understanding that you have shown me.
Learned from a Sararak. There's really no use planning anything against him. The tomb we explored in Omu was unpredictable. I mean, there were moments where I didn't understand what you were supposed to do. And any plan you had was just a part of the game. If we destroy his phylactery, or we defeat him, and you can track his soul, then that is your business. But I don't want to plan anything.
Plans are hopes. These are my hopes. Would you like the key to unlocking Hazelin's soul tracker?
Yeah, sure. Did we want to head back and discuss it all with the rest of the group?
Let me give you this tool before, since we don't know how they're going to react.
All right. Just put up my pack and pull out the book and start flipping through the pages in front of her.
She snatches the book and plain chips away. You guys spend some time, and she points out one of the spells that you were trying to crack, and explains some of the nuances to it. And you can add to your spell book Azalin's Soul Tracker. And this is a homebrew that I made. Obviously, it's for a specific narrative, but
What level is it?
it's level 8. Let's see if it does this. No, I didn't think so. A Chardalon Stride. That's funny. What is that? That's so funny. I didn't even know there was a spell named after a Chardalon. But it's a homebrew, so it didn't pop up when I did the spell lookup. But Aslan Soul.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing for you.
Nothing comes up when I search. Yeah.
All right, give me one moment. We do have homebrew turned on for you, right, on your character sheet. Funny enough,
I think so, because I have Quaylen's acidic PP.
yeah,
Ah,
there is a chance. Also, it's funny if I went through different drafts of this. At one point, I was like, "Oh, Tatiana developed this," so there is one I can't delete for some reason, but it's Tatiana's Soul Tracker that might pop up. But at the end of the day, I felt it was much more appropriate for Aslan, this powerful lich in his own right, to have this high-level spell researched. All right, you are. Thank you, everyone else, for your patience as we RP'd out one of the more important NPC relationships. Campaign. Let's see. It's even published. Improved. All right, Ramiel spells, manage spells, add spell. Huh. I wonder if I need to I wonder if this needs to be added to no, it's on the wizard spell list. Let me just double check that. Oh, for some reason homebrew is turned off. So let's turn that back on. Yeah, but if you can Quaylen's, maybe that just you were able to add it before and it got turned off for some weird update reason. Now let's try. Oh. Let's do this. I'll do a refresh.
Here, I got it.
You got it? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, Aslan's Soul Tracker. I'll just paste this for everyone else. It's just fun consideration. No save or anything. It's a level 8 spell, so the idea is that's supposed to be really powerful on those levels with no spells or anything. This is the crux of it. Do note the very strange material cost. A bone of a type of creature you're attempting to soul track inlaid with 1,000 gold worth of platinum, which the spell consumes, and an item strongly connected to the target. Yeah, there's so many examples in D&D of creatures that you can kill and then their souls go to other places and reform, and that can be such a big mystery. So I love this as a spell tool to address that. So it's supposed to be high level and a little tricky with the materials just to balance it out a little bit, so you can't just willy-nilly use it whenever. Any questions on it? I think touch
No.
being one of the more the harder part of that. One thing I will give you for free too, just because it's a nuanced thing. This is considered a curse effect, right? So curses. The classic example is if one of you all as players pick up a weapon, you get this +1 bow with spells on it, and it requires attunement. Curses don't show up and identify and stuff like that. Curses are very much supposed to be kind of not detectable. So the idea behind it too, unless it's a creature who's super aware of what you're doing, is that you can get it on them and they're not completely obvious to what you just did, right? Because it's a curse effect. So if they cast Identify on themselves, they're not going to necessarily see the curse, right?
This is incredibly powerful magic.
Aslan
Well-
Rex was a powerful mage.
I think it won't take me long to gather out the materials. Just give me a little bit of time, we can test it.
And how do you propose to test it?
I could test it on you.
She kind of smiles. I've tested it myself on some weaker souls in the Shadowfell, but if you'd like to go through the process, Reformation and a phylactery does take time, would be my only argument against it. If I'm coming with you, it will take me at least a week to reform.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Know, though, that I would have been a willing.
Does the spell continue after you've killed them? Like you always know until
the
they
idea,
use a
right?
wish?
Yeah, so if you killed Tatiana, but before,
Right.
the trick is before you kill her, and then her form dies, but like she is a lich. Her soul's gonna go to a phylactery, reappear there,
Mhm.
and you know where it is, right? But even
Right,
if,
so-
to be fair though, if you cast it on her and she plane shifts away, it's still a very, very powerful tracking spell, right? If I remember
Right.
correctly, because it's a 8th level, right? Plus all the material, like having an object strongly connected to them. Yeah, so like if she teleports away, you still know her location, right? And the weird
Right.
one would be like, not to be dark, but you kill Orkfo and you have this cast on him. Where does his soul go, right? That will be an interesting conversation, because if his goes to like that warrior heaven that Cadmail visited, right? You would go, oh, I know where Orkfo's soul is. I know which heaven he went to. Or like if Cadmail dies, we know he's going to go to Bahamut's realm and his little palace. So you'd be able, if you had it on him, you would know where he goes. But there's some devils, right? If you kill devils, I'm pretty sure, maybe even demons, but a lot of devils, you kill them, they just, on the material plane, they reform in the hells, right? There's a really, I don't want to spoil, but there's like a classic example of what that can turn into with like a revenge story and Critical Role. And so like being able to know exactly where they are, you can then go and try and, do the killing blow, right? Like, oh, it's sent him to the hells. We know exactly where he is. Let's go down there. We go exactly to him and we take care of it. So that's kind of get at those scenarios and give you a tool on it. Cool. I guess
Well, we don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, and I guess the
But-
weird thing that I'm just realizing is that you could literally cast this on as many people as you want, as long as you have the materials, because it's not concentration.
No. I was just thinking it would be this would be the ultimate form of trust between each other. Like,
Ooh, like casting
well,
on each other.
I know where your soul is now, especially because this is the greatest weakness
yeah.
that either of us could
Yeah.
have. So,
In that vein, she would say in that ideas, you can cast it upon me if you wish. And if anything ever happens to me, you know where I am. Or if I betray you all, if you sense the betrayal and you destroy me, you know where I am, and you know what my, as you said, just above table, my greatest weakness is. And this is information I gladly entrust to you. So, if you would like to, in the future, to cast it upon me, I will not be opposed to it. All right. Any other comments?
Yes,
anything
how
like
about
that?
if- If we survive, then we could cast it on each other. We'll never be able to work against one another. Doesn't mean we always have to work together.
And we'll
But
always
at least
know
this
where each
way,
other
there's
are.
no more moves against me or against you.
I can agree to that. And I do like the idea of being able to know exactly where you are, anywhere at any time, I guess.
Well, it appears like you already knew where I was.
Most of the time. Scrying has its limits, and there's been a few times that whether you knew it or not, I was not able to break through.
Yes, well, I'm going to pull out my amulet of proof against detection.
Hmm.
Well, I'm probably going to wear this all the time now.
That was a wise decision when the day you put that on. The other practical knowledge is you and the Badgers have become quite famous throughout the land. It's easy to pick up on the rumors and the stories. Cormier obviously captured the imagination of many a tavern across the Sword Coast. It wasn't hard. Shall we... This has gone better than I expected. Shall we go see if Orkvo wants to destroy me and cut my head off?
Let's find out.
Thank you guys for everyone's patience. But let's just jump right into it. Maybe you guys are in the House of Rest. Orkvo, you're having your drinks. Orvex is there. And through the door, I mean, all of you are there, right? Just enjoying it. There's actually, I think, described like these really nice plush, like, chairs around a fire. So if you guys were feeling cozy, that could be a good place to get drunk and have arguments and stuff.
What's the timeline for how long Ramiel's been gone?
To be fair, he's probably been gone for a couple hours. You know, walking out there, the conversation, the studying of the spell, the learning of the spell, and then the walk back. So I'd say a couple hours.
Let's see. What's my Constitution modifier? 4.
Yes.
Orvex, I'm telling you, hot dogs are tacos, not sandwiches.
You say that, but I don't know. But there's meat, and when you have tacos, there's usually, the little bits of lettuce and salad cream. When's the last time? Sorry, you said it's a taco, right?
Yes, hot dogs are tacos, not sandwiches.
Have you telling me that you've ever had a actual, like, sour cream on your hot dog? That does not sound like a taco to me.
It is not about the toppings, it is about the bread and its shape.
But the different kind of breads, right? That hot dog bun is obviously a different kind of bread. Just, I can't think of a good analogy for it because everything I'm trying to think of means like a salad of a different kind of lettuce instead of salad. But you know what I'm saying? It's different. Like
Just as long as you don't use a piece of chicken as the taco shell or something like that.
Yes. Orkvo knows. What do you say about a hard shell though, tacos? That has no similarities with other than shape and function and.
How one would eat it?
I'm going to give this one to you, Your Highness. I still am not sure exactly how you want me to address you, but I'll consider it. I'll consider tacos as hot dogs. As he kind of gets very quiet as Ramiel and Tatiana enter the House of Rest. Go ahead, Orkvo, with what you were saying, though. It looks like you're not drunk.
I don't think so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, as far as I know,
I'm
it's like
not for lack of trying.
yeah, 4 strong drinks, as I say, and then Constitution saving throws. I think you're still good. Obviously, you can be tipsy, right? It's more about getting
Yeah.
to that blackout drunk, in my opinion. So you can still be drunk. Obviously, it's up to you how you want the RP out your tolerance. But you watch it and follow Orvix's gaze as they walk in, and he just gets very quiet and very still.
I'll look over and tell me what I see.
See Ramil walking in, and you see Tatiana, who is not smiling or anything like that, but she kind of looks at you and just nods.
All right, I'm gonna rage
Yes. Yes.
and charge at Tatiana as fast as I can.
Yes. All right. Let's roll initiative.
I have to think she would be ready for that.
Well, to be fair, I mean, actually, we could possibly play this out narratively, right? So if you come running in and rage to attack her, she does not resist. To be fair, she wasn't going to put up a fight. I guess mostly it was between, maybe it's just an initiative roll between you and Romuel. If you think you might try and intervene, and whether mechanically or persuasively, it's up to the two of you. Or you can just let Orko do his thing. It's between the two of you, in my opinion. Though Cadmiel, obviously you can, and Tingled, you guys can jump in on this narratively. If you see one of your friends who's got a good sense for danger, pick up his axe and go charging someone and screaming in rage, it's like, obviously you guys can start to react too. But I think the initial...
Oh, what the fuck?
I think I'm gonna roll initiative to see if I manage to even have a chance to react before he does what he does.
Yep. To be fair, I think Orkvo's going first no matter what, right? With initiative rolls, like you guys would be in like the surprise condition, but then they'll be reacting as the scene plays out. So my question is, Romuel, how do you want to approach this? Do you want to roll initiative and then try and get into this mechanically? Do you want to...
I mean, him kind of charging, especially having him charging right at you, from the perspective, I'd probably just be like, oh shit. It would be scary to him too.
Yeah, so like you're surprised also. So Orkvo just goes in and you're just shocked by what's happening. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Orkvo, you go running, charging the Tatiana. She doesn't resist, and go ahead and do what you do.
Reckless attack.
Oh.
$23 to hit
Yeah, 23 hits.
for 16 slashing. And 30 to hit for 18 slashing.
Okay. So we are still narrative here because she is not resisting. She is going to allow you to kill her, right? So the question now goes, how do everybody else want to react to watch? Well, Orkvo, it's up to you if you think he would be like, why aren't you fighting back? But you're drunk, whatever you want to do. But also everyone else, if you want to speak up what you think your characters would do in this moment, it's like an open forum, in my opinion. You just speak up.
Yeah, so her turn, she's literally doing nothing, just taking it.
Yep.
So where was everybody else on initiative? Did anybody roll? So I'm before Cadmiel. Is anybody else going to jump in?
If you guys want to roll initiative for ease, you can. In my opinion, it's an open narrative, but if it's easy for you guys to organize it with initiative, I'm totally fine with that.
Like, I didn't even look to see if there were, like, I don't know, authorities anywhere nearby or anything like that. I'm just,
yeah, the be fair, like, Candlekeep will react, right? But combat's so quick, and I don't want to get that messy. Like, I'd rather you guys kind of resolve this amongst yourselves.
Me as Jeff, I know that, and like in his head, like Orkvo knows it, but he just couldn't react or couldn't withhold the reaction. He notices she's not fighting back or even like trying to shield or do anything. So he'll grab her and throw her to the ground.
She does as you throw her to the ground, like blood on her person. She's like, I deserve this.
Ramiel, what the fuck is she doing here? She controlling you?
Oh, I thought I mentioned that this is who we were going to see here.
Yeah.
Enough.
And I like. Do I still have it?
She's not here to fight.
Well, JP's looking at something else.
Can I do telekinesis on Orkfo and just pull him back, or just at least lift him up?
Cool. Yeah. Jeff, do you want that to just narratively happen, or do you want us to go through the like checks and stuff like that?
No, I like narratively, like he would fight it, but it would eventually go off.
Yeah, just like hold on to you. You're
Yeah.
okay with that, and just like I
Hold me
feel
back,
like you're
hold
at
me
one
back.
point you're about to break free because you're superhuman strong, but it is enough for you to start kind of calming down. But before anybody gets too much farther, she does get this flash of angry eyes and cast power word kill at the Cadmail.
Fuck.
That's a joke.
I was about to say, you know what though? Tingles does nothing.
He's got to be over 100, right?
Calm down, and then
Which
to be fair,
Cadmail,
go ahead.
from Cadmail's perspective, it's like Orkpo just started beating some random woman.
Yeah, right. Nasty slashes with the axe too that she takes. It gets knocked to the ground. You get lifted up by telekinesis, and you kind of calm down. You yell out, Romuel, you are like, this is who I said we were going to meet. And that's where we're in the moment.
She's not what she looks like.
No, I'm not.
I feel like I want to do like that moment when Bilbo doesn't want to give up the ring and Gandalf just like increases in size. And he's like, Bilbo Baggins, I am not some conjurer, like I'm increasing in size, like Orkpo,
Thaumaturgy.
name yourself until we can understand what is at foot here. Ramiel, can you explain
Yes, I
what's
feel
going on?
more than a little confused at this moment, Romuel and Orkfo.
I have not dropped my rage.
I can say one thing. I have wronged Orkfo deeply in the past. Tragically in the past.
Okay, yes, also you, Miss,
Tatiana, at your service.
Tatiana. Yes, why are you not defending yourself from Orkfo? Not so much as casting a spell that doesn't harm him but protects you.
Funny enough, she didn't cast a spell at all. I deserve his anger. Because of me, one of his dearest friends is dead by my hand. Was dead. Oh, excuse me. Two of his friends. Sorry.
Yeah, don't forget Tark.
Yeah, I forgot about Tark, to be completely honest. Yeah, my brain. She literally, it's so funny that I get, I'm just above table, just a stupid aside. I get so much satisfaction of how complex the relationship with her is because she's also been my most deadly player killer NPC I've ever created. So her as an enigma and so much complexity makes me so fucking happy. Thank you, Justin. Anyways, back to it. killed two of his close friends in the past. So he has every right to hate me and want to see me dead. Though he does know that I'm not easily killed. That's not a threat, it's just the reality.
Stop me from trying.
Cadmiel will just look at Tatiana, look at Romiel, look at Tatiana, look at Romiel. An interesting companion that you have introduced me to?
Yes, Tatiana. Allow me to introduce His Majesty the King of Cormyr.
Knight of the Platinum Dragon, if I understand correctly.
You appear to be well read in Cormyrian politics and military / Imperial Guard / whatever the proper terminology these days is.
I've made it a point to know those closest to Romiel, and your stories are well known. Tingles of the Fae, I presume?
That is Lord Tingles of the Fae from Cormyr.
Lord Tingles. Hello, Gary. What's up, bitch? Tingles, you should fucking let go of this fucking Orkfo and let us go fucking ham shit on her and fucking destroy her, cut her head off, shove it up her fucking ass. Bitch.
Yeah, you may come back, but it's got to be some sort of inconvenience at least.
Yeah.
I still have Orkfo on the air, or no? I'm done yet.
It sounds like Orkfo's allowing it, so in my opinion, the telekinesis is still up.
Hold me
Okay.
back.
So I'm like pulling you away from her. Like I feel like my hand is just gesturing, like casually gesturing and pointing to the side, and he's floating kind of into the direction that my hand is kind of gesturing to. So I'm sorry. You've asked my name, some people have said some things. Tatiana, what are your intentions? And I would choose thy words carefully. So I have every reason to let go of this angry ox floating in the air and let him have his way. And I understand you're quite powerful and have terminated a comrade with a few words, but I would not enter into this potential quarrel with such confidence as you had that last one.
All you need to know, Tingles, is she fucking killed Tark and she killed Quaylen. Bitch. Gary's not drunk.
She killed Tark in cold blood.
Tark attacked me when I was leaving. It's up for you to believe or not.
Romuel, what say you?
What's the truth?
She's your friend.
I did kill Quaylen, though, in cold blood. In rage. In blindness. I know there's nothing I can do to say to ask for forgiveness on that. And whether you believe me or not, it did bring me joy to hear that Quaylen had survived or was brought back. What I'm doing here is that we have a common enemy, Serac. He attacked me. He's attacked you all. I want to see him destroyed. And I believe I have the knowledge and tools to help you with that.
What's to say that you wouldn't simply attempt to dispose of us once our benefit has expired?
I have no ideals of control. I do have ideas of power, though.
He kind of tilts his chin up as she said that.
Romuel, is
Well-
what she's saying true? Did Tark attack her?
Tark is with us.
Oh yeah,
Kind
in
of,
the ring.
in a way, isn't he?
No,
He's in the
no,
ring?
we got rid of the ring. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh, we
talked
did.
about that, yeah. It's funny, it's the one clip. I was like trying to re-listen to the last session. That was the one thing. I'm like, oh yeah, we talked about Tark.
So personally,
Is-
above table, like y'all in the whisper room, whenever that happened.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's
like,
fair. No.
It is.
Orko, yeah.
I mean, it is what happened. She tried to leave. I tried to stop her. She had used a spell that froze me. Tark had emerged from the ring and tried himself to stop her. She just didn't hold back with him.
That's my own strength and failure. When those who wish to harm me, I've learned if you do not make it permanent, they will try and find their way back. So that was my own fear and insecurity. I feared what you all would do. Friendly reminder, if any of you guys ever want to call insight checks or whatever, just remember it's a tool at your disposal.
I think Cadmail is going to take the opportunity to do an insight check.
Can we all take the opportunity to do an insight check?
Yeah, as
somewhere?
many as if you want.
I'm not going to because Orko's made up his mind.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, I love that.
I got a natural one anyways.
I get a dirty 20.
Tingles, your read on her is that she's telling the truth, or like her perspective is that when she acts in this world against danger, she makes sure it's permanent, and you do get a sense of past hurts there that have pushed her to that kind of philosophy of action. And you do believe the scenario that technically Tark shot first.
That's great. Well, Tatiana, I am inclined to say that your intentions and your motivation as of late are genuine. I believe any one of us would have acted in self-defense, given the circumstances of the former death of Quaylen. I think presents a level of risk that can never be ignored. I do believe that the threat we face now is great, and that we must not be ignorant to any support that can help us come out of this successfully. And so I think I, for one, who cannot speak for the rest of the group, but I think if there was some kind of guarantee, some kind of collateral, something in place that is of great worth and value to you, that were you to ever cause us to question any sort of trust we put in you, you know this item of value would be lost to you forever. I think there would have to be some form of exchange to demonstrate trust, because without it, I don't think any of us trust you, except for maybe Romuald.
Do you all trust Romeo? For I have given him the knowledge of the most important thing, the key to everything that I am. He will have access to it. Orkvo, I think you know what it is.
Lacquer
Exactly. For those of you who do not know, I have dabbled in the same dark forces that Acererak has, though not in the same power. I do understand how he operates, what holds him together. You all deserve as much honesty that I can give. I know your friends and family were captured by him. I want to destroy Acererak. And if the time and opportunity presents it, take his power. But the question does remain if you trust Romeo, that he holds the key of my trust.
So your goal is to increase your power, and then what is your intentions once said power has been gained?
Live forever. And grow powerful enough that no one can ever hurt me again.
So, to be clear, you've killed one of Romeo's allies who presumably was acting in what he thought was defense of Romeo. You've admittedly, by your own words, killed another one of Romuel and Orkfo's allies in cold blood. You are explicitly stating that you wish to gain the power of the one who just teleported in a bunch of fairly powerful, I don't even know what, to kidnap several members of my family and even Tingles' wife, and you wish to take that lich's power for yourself. And
I will
the
add
expectation is
one
that we will.
clarification. Not that I am justifying the death of Quaylen. We were at war. I fled. You followed. You attacked. What I did to Quaylen was in anger. But you were there that day to kill me. So perhaps cold blood is not the correct term for it. Maybe warfare. But power is power. I do believe you all deserve that after what we've shown each other, what my clear intentions were. For the last time, my intentions were not clear. Those deaths happen. I'd rather walk away than have that happen again. I think I would be a crucial ally to you all in this fight, but I cannot take away the hurts that I have inflicted.
Well, I'm never going to trust her, but if Romuald tells me not to slice her in two, I'll wait until she steps out of line to do it. At least.
We can all operate on the belief that we'll kill each other at some point. But for now, you have the opportunity to end Serac forever. She's given me knowledge on a spell that can track where a soul goes once it's been killed. And if what she says is true, then there's a way to reach this Earth.
So, I agree with Orkfo. If she fucking steps out of line, she's fucking dead. Bitch.
Can we say I break the telekinesis
100%.
slam down to the ground?
Yeah.
You can ask, and I would switch down, but if you
No.
want to break it, that's fine too.
To
No,
be
I would break it.
I think
And,
narratively,
like-
I think it's fair for Orkfo to break it. He does have superhuman strength, and since he gave you that much narrative room, I think it's fair for him to kind of like
Yeah.
get his moment to break free from it.
I'll like superhero, like land with one hand down, stand up real slow, turn around and walk away.
Whoa, Orkfo, 1 second. He hops off your back and allows you to keep walking. One more condition. I'll get the piss on your fucking boots right now, bitch. Tatiana looks down at Gary. She admittedly has these like angry eyes at him. Do what you wish, Gary. Good thing we've been drinking a lot. 1 second. Gary goes over.
Gary, please. Nobody wishes to see that.
What? Can I really just want to really just give one good just fuck you to her. She killed my best friend. My best lover friend.
I understand, and under different conditions, I would agree. However, Tatiana, I believe it fair to warn you that I believe most, if not all of us, sit in the same camp as Orkfo. You've admitted killing several of Romual's traveling companions, and yet he stands, at least relatively uninjured, by your hand. If anything, he is safe, but the rest of us are the ones in danger, and yet it's his word that we are to take. So, I am not going to raise my sword at you, unless you give me great reason to do so.
She nods. Gary's posed.
And Gary, if and when that day comes, our corpse will make just as fine a urinal.
Okay. Thank you, Catman. You hear that, bitch? You step out of line. I'm pissing on your fucking course. And you better believe I'm using Quellen's acidic pee-pee on your ass. I'm coming. And he goes running off after Orkfo. Well, that one has been as good as I expected it to.
Truly, that went better than I thought it would.
I'm going to give you all some space to unpack this. And perhaps in the morning we can reconvene and talk about a plan ahead. And she turns and she walks away. And that's where we'll end the session. Ooh, that juicy RP. That was the juiciest RPs. It's been a while.
Ding dang.
Yeah, and Ramiel let it happen because he totally could have warned us that she was coming in.
No, I wanted you to be able to do whatever you wanted.